All right, we are live again. I'm going to go ahead and get my Discord links ready. Okay, here we are. I think I fixed, so I added some sound effects and stuff to the tree. Oh, interesting. I'm missing there. Must be going around the edge of it or something. One thing I feel is that I should probably do, where's the hitboxes on the trees? Or the hurt box. Do something more like 0.7. Then for the axe, is this too big? Hey, Page of Moths. What's the plan for today? Working on our gathering system. This is kind of fine. I do need to adjust the animation. Right now it doesn't really go far enough. Where's my axe animation player? I also need to rework how I do my tools, because I don't know if I'm going to stick with this way. I mean, I could have a separate scene per weapon and tool. Yes, they will. Logs will pop out. I think I'm going to have them fall and then logs pop out. Let's look at this left click. So it goes to there. Wait, this is a position, right? Yeah, on the node 3D. Blip. Okay, that doesn't seem to do anything. What is this? Huh. This is just moving it in that space. I need to figure out how to do this stuff better. Why is it moving it from... What is this doing? I've been watching your streams off and on for a few months now. Really enjoy the vibes. Roof Dies, thank you, man. I appreciate the kind words. Good to have you here in the chat. Yeah, I'm trying to also get back to regular streaming. It's been a little difficult because of all of my trips, but I don't have a trip planned for another, like, till, like, November, I'm pretty sure. I know I'll have a fairly busy summer, but I'm really hoping to keep up the streams for as long as possible consistently, you know. Hey, thank you for the Prime, man. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to... I like hearing that, too. I like hearing when, you know, people who either lurk or, you know, watch after the fact. Because some people will like to watch on the YouTube or something after. But I love hearing it, you know, that when someone who has been lurking for a bit or something just pops in and says hello. So I appreciate it, man. Now I've got to figure out what my keyframes here are way off. Okay, I can edit it at least. Oops. And actually, this rotation what does it go to? So 0.3, 0.5. What if I do like 0.7 there? Ah. Okay. I don't understand this stuff at all. It might be worth me doing it in Blender. Let's see how that is. Still needs to go further. That's a little better. Yeah, that's definitely better. Nice. And this big hitbox is actually kind of nice. Because mind that you can stand kind of far away from it. It does disappear under the floor. I wonder if I can make it render in front of everything else. Is that it? Defines a visibility range for parent for this node and its subtree. Parent must be geometry instance 3D. Any visual instance will only be visible if the visibility parent is hidden by being closer to the camera than its own. Let's see if there's a way to do this. Create a spatial material. Maybe I could do that. Where is this under depth? Wonder if this works or not. Wait, no depth testing. Okay, that does work, so I could do that. And then I could do albedo and just do my color in here. Oh, whoops, this one needs to be brown. And this one needs to be green, blue. Oh. We're now transparent while looking at the sky and black here. Uh-oh. Did I just have... It hit the tree without me actually hitting it. We need the render priority of this one to be slightly lower. Okay, that fixed that. Now we need to make sure that it is not transparent. Add. Wait, what is different with this one? I see. That one had a lower render priority? Oh, but it's still transparent. Except for when you're looking there. But the moment you get up to the trees, or up to the sky, but it's kind of nice to have it where it appears in front. Oh, but then it won't have... Yeah, it does not have an outline on it. Shoot. Here it has an outline, but the textures are so bad. I'm not going to worry about the it showing up in front of things. And there are times where it misses, which is kind of annoying. But, yeah. Okay. We're also going to do a quick chat GPT. Why does my OBJ... Wait, is that what it is? Yeah. mesh have such bad materials? They are all dark in Godot when added to a mesh instance. Okay, let's look. We have an axe.mtl. Let's open up Blender and see if we can see why this is acting this way. Face orientation is good. Doesn't look any different. Ambient light for material. It says okay. Maybe you could add, subtract a fixed offset to all the Hatchet's Z buffer values in the shader to make sure it gets rendered on top. True. I mean, yeah, I could do like a shader material, and I think I could do that. Gotta go. Have a good one. Hey, take it easy, Pagermots. Good to see you again, as always. Hope you have a good one, man. Yeah, we'll see. We'll play around with it. Why is this... Okay, it looks like I can't just quickly re-update it. But that did work. This looks better, but the brown is still really dark. Let's see if I can... Why does it not re-import it? Huh. Lunch, what's up? How you doing, man? Okay, OBJs are annoying. I changed the material in Blender and re-exported it. The .mtl.obj doesn't automatically update. I have to delete and re-upload. Why is this? What else could I use besides OBJ if I want to set it as a mesh in a mesh instance? 3D. Okay, we're going to try this. GLB doesn't let me drag it into the mesh instance. Okay, so I have to save it as a resources or as a resource. Okay. You're not telling me correctly. Set mesh save paths. There we go. Ah, why does it throw it down there? Weird. Yeah, no tactical foregrip on this one. Not yet. Okay. That actually shows up even though the back of it is weird. Now what happens when I edit the thing? Okay. Now I had to move that mesh instance up a bit. RCB, what's up? Skipped lunch today and you just reminded me to eat. Hey, hello lunch is there for everyone. Oh, I need to re-export this. Now this better just work. Nice, it did. Sleepy Mushroom, what is up? For real, be forgetting why I follow. What do? I make games. Oh, I actually hit that thing. I have a big hitbox on this axe right now. I'm working on a little survival game. Currently trying to bug fix and figure out the best way to do tools. It's coming along, I suppose. I'm mostly having issues with like meshes and stuff, but I think I don't know. I'm probably going to have to figure out a whole different way of doing this anyway. Let's make this thing a little bit longer. I think I will have to figure out a better way of doing this. Because there's just a lot of annoying things with the system I'm using. It's just kind of convoluted. What's the issue? So a lot of it is was with materials not being well lit and stuff, but it seems like that's getting a little better now that I switched to OBJ. But the problem is then I have to export every mesh as a resource, which is kind of annoying. And then what else was I running into? Oh, just the way that I'm handling tools in the first place. So I only have one tool so far. And it's currently under this current tool. And then I'll switch out maybe a scene there. Or I'll just have a resource here. I don't know. Which currently I'm doing both, where you load the axe in and then... yeah. But it's going to be modular where you put that in. I also need to connect it to the inventory, which that'll be a whole nother thing. I'm kind of just playing around with things and seeing. Use GLTF. So I'm exporting as GLB, which is there a different way? Because when I like export, I don't know much about mesh formats and stuff. So when I export, I like the way it's just the axe, yeah. Because I do this, right? GLTF 2.0. And it says GLB. Do I need to do that? It's kind of optimized for it. Because when I do GLB, then if I do just a GLB, then I can't go into my axe scene. Which, once again, I might change this out to where it's all resource-based. But in my axe scene, I have a mesh instance 3D. But this doesn't like GLBs, so I had to export it into a resource. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of it's not my first foray into this, but I haven't done much of it. And so I'm kind of a little bit just playing with things. ChatGPT is kind of when it comes to Godot, so not the most useful. Yeah, I need to learn more about this stuff. Blend shape. Let me go to the docs and actually just look at Mesh Instance 3D. Mesh resource. Reusing geometry. Oh, you can do collision through it as well. Create tri-mesh collision. I could do that for my collisions on items. I just realized, I think. What's the best resource to learn from? The docs are great, and then there's some YouTube channels. Are you talking for learning Godot?
In Godot 4, you can add your Blender files directly to your scene, like this. No need to export your model to FBX or some other model export format. And what's great about this is, when we edit our model in Blender, the changes automatically transfer to Godot. To set this up,
are you saying just using Blender?
File system.
Because the only problem is, like, I feel like Blender models, they're a lot bigger, right? For Godot, there's some great channels. I would start with Godoniers. This channel here is great. Sleepy Mushroom. Am I correct in that blend files are pretty big? Because I've done that before, and that's really nice.
Make sure that you have advanced settings.
Can I just drag a blend file into one? I think I have other blend files in here somewhere. Yeah, I have like grass blend. Okay, so you can't just bring a blend file in.
Enabled, otherwise you won't see this setting. Then go to Editor, Editor Settings, Blender 3 path.
Which actually nowadays it just kind of works, right? Like you don't have to set it up. In Godot 4.3 or maybe 4.4, one of them they just made it automatic, which is kind of nice. But seen some of his stuff before, I'll look into it. Yeah, I think this is a great resource because he has like so many of these I still need to watch. These transforms one, like, man, there's a lot. Shaderland was good. Components was good. Saving and loading games, which I need to rewatch because I'm going to have to do that pretty soon. He has a lot of, like, in-depth stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. Larger scenes, but for a finished product, I'd recommend to send a file format that can bake it into the game. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to think and figure out what I want to do. First, I kind of need to decide on, like, what I actually want to do for this demo. Because it doesn't need to be fully scalable, but I do want it to be pretty clean in how I'm switching out weapons and all that. So I probably should determine my weapon system now rather than have this kind of half-baked one. Also, my hitboxes and hurtboxes, I'm not really sold on how I'm doing it currently. Like, this is just too much. Source entity.currenttool.tool.hitbox. It's just, we've got way too much going on here. Let me, open up some paint here and We'll do the classic. So, player can have a weapon node. This weapon might just hold a resource. Am I spelling that wrong? I think I am. Do a .res to save space. Okay. That resource has all this stuff in it, but then how do I do animations for different ones? Maybe we do separate scenes, because I don't know how many tools I'm going to have. It's not going to be that many. So there's your tool, like your current tool. This holds a scene. Which is, has like inherits from a tool. And then all tools have a left click, sometimes a right click. And then each one just has a different animation, maybe that I just build in Blender. I'm making I mean, it would be fairly open world. System that checks and load world data. Yeah. Although with this demo, because I'm not going to make the full game most likely. Well, I shouldn't say that. I might. But I want to build a demo first. And the demo doesn't have to be, you know, fully scalable. The all-in-one workaround GLTF is right there. So how do I actually do this? Because GLTF in a mesh instance 3D, is that what you're saying? So how do I export to GLTF? Because I can export to GLB. I don't know if that's the same thing. Planning on taking the demo somewhere? Maybe. We'll see. Actually, probably. That would be, it would be nice to be able to do something that has, even if it has like 15 minutes of gameplay, really. Crazy Cowboy, how you doing? You can read Blender files directly, yeah. Video that shows you. Was it one of the... Oh, you did two of them.
Hello everyone, welcome to the part 2 of my Blender models tutorial. In this tutorial...
Or is this for Blender files?
The .blend files. To get started, head over to Project...
Because .blend... Unless I'm misunderstanding something, because GLTF... Okay, let's see here. I'll just look... Set the format to GLTF binary. Okay, that's GLB. When you say GLTF, are you talking GLB or actually .GLTF? So like I said, I still don't really... Okay, there's that. Okay, that is a... GLB is just a GLTF binary. Selected objects. Well, I guess I'm just doing everything. Apply modifiers, sure. I mean, that's already, there's no modifiers on this. Vertex colors, normals. Yep. Because I'm technically doing that. Like with this axe is my GLB file. It's just that I then had to save it as a resource to be able to put it into the mesh. Unless there's just a way to, no, okay, you can't just do that. I could maybe instantiate this within here. Okay. Then there's that. Maybe I could do something like that. Then I don't have to do this weird resource saving thing. I could just instantiate them within it. Then I don't have to have a bunch of saved resources everywhere. Shoot. My axe resource still needs a mesh that is just a mesh. Dang, why is this? Okay, let's see what is pulled into here. I guess I could, then we're just saving it as a resource again. X cube 1. Yeah, because the problem is I do need something, I just want something that's easily draggable and settable into that, into the mesh resource inside of a mesh instance 3D. And the reason is because I have these items here that you can pick up, like the axe. And then you can drop it, and it's just so easy to have just a mesh, which is why the .obj was nice for a bit, until it decided that it wants to be really annoying when it comes to lighting. And exporting as well, because I have to basically re-export it, delete the old file anytime I want to make an update. But it was simple because I could just drag that in. When I create a new resource, I just export an OBJ and drag it into the mesh thing, rather than having to take a GLB, save the mesh as a resource, and then drag that in. Looks like it's coming along nicely. What's the main idea for mechanics? Day-night cycle, there will be that. I'll show you what it's kind of based off of, because I have another project that was going to be not a survival game. It was going to be more of a puzzle game initially, but I only spent a couple weeks on this one. So I didn't actually even get to the puzzle part of things. But it will look very similar to this, and I'm going to pull in a lot of the stuff, like the trees are ripped directly from this. But basically, you've got a world. What it's going to be is going to look kind of like this, but it's going to be a survival game. Forgetful Programmer, how you doing? What's up? And then when I was making this puzzle game, I decided to make these guys right here, which is basically a walking rock troll sort of deal. And you can get up on top of them. And have them walk around. So then I was like, oh, well, would be amazing to have in a survival game. Where you have these things and you can build a base on top of them. There's another one over there. It's about to get dark, though, so... but yeah, so something like that. With an inventory system, you build things, craft things, you know, do that sort of deal. Yeah. But yeah, we'll see here. I'm going to work on figuring out this resource thing. Although I'm not like, I don't need to figure it all out currently. I kind of want to get my inventory connected with my tool system, have my tools swappable, that type of thing. What's that guy up to? Oh, he's burrowing down into the ground. But yeah, that's the general idea. And I do love the idea of throwing a base on these guys, and, you know. I might change the model a bit, flatten them out, maybe rebuild them, to be honest. Make them a lot bigger so you can fit more on top of them. But yeah, and it will be this very low poly look. Yeah. And then I have another game that I was working on that I'm going to pull some stuff from as well. There's my jungle game, which was going to be... These are all demos that I work on. I never like think that I'm going to build the full thing because I need to find something that I know I can do this, build the scope, like actually build it, especially part-time. So a lot of these are like, this is going to be a 10-minute demo for something that should be a 10-hour game or something, whatever it is. And then I usually don't even get to the point where it's actually a full demo, but we'll see. But I got to give myself some more time. I've been doing this for about 1.5 years now, learning how to build these things. So I know at some point I'll find something where it's like, all right, I think I can actually do this. I am a big fan of the low poly style because I have only been, you know, recently learning Blender over the past year or so. And not really... Like, I don't really feel like I want to actually try to make anything bigger. Oop, big frame drop. Terrible performance on this right now. But, yeah. But I want to pull these creatures in. I want to pull some other creatures in. Some of the elements from this game. This is me speeding around in super fast mode. But yeah. There's a lot to figure out on as far as scope goes, what I want to pull in from different games. And I just got to figure out what that's all going to be. Think it's got a charm to it? Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be Tin Man from Wizard of Oz. Yeah. Yeah, like I want to do something that's doable, you know, with the amount of time that I have. So what should I work on? I need to decide what I want to do for this weapon system. Why is that gone? Okay, that works. So if I do a scene and not a resource, keep up the great work. I'll tune in from time to time. Hey, thanks for being here, Dancing Pixels. Appreciate it. Save and commit code. True. Let's do that. Messing around with the axe. Hey, thank you for the follow, Dancing Pixels. I appreciate it. Okay, what do I need? So, how was I doing it in the other ones? In my 3D RPG, I have the Void Sword resource. Okay, where's my resources? Okay, like energy sword. Okay, that was an OBJ. So I'm using OBJs there. So I should probably use... Hey, D Tritium, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you again. Still extremely dark. Oh, why is that suddenly? Oh, because I extruded. Ah. It's so odd how it lights it just completely differently. Man, I have no idea how I want to do this now, because they're going to have different animations. They're not all going to have the same. So a scene kind of makes sense for the tool, the current tool, have an animation player attached to it, nodes, hitbox, all this stuff. But then switching out items seems like it'll be slightly annoying. My brain is clearly not firing on all cylinders today as well. Looks like we have an ad coming up. Just a heads up, 30 seconds. Should I have an item scene that is assigned to each item resource that then pulls out the current tool? Let's try this. Okay, what breaks? Okay, I click. Tool. Okay, nothing breaks. Okay, and then we could load in the axe resource here. Then wait, then the item resource would also need to have the scene, which is kind of fine. Wait. Hmm. Okay. This is getting bloated, I can already tell. Oh my goodness. I'm breaking my own brain here. What am I trying to do here? We're trying to load a scene in. That scene needs to know what kind of item it is. Okay. How do we check if we have a child?
What the hell is even that?
Hey, Jay Jupiter, thank you for the raid. How's it going? How was your stream? I'm breaking my own brain currently. I cannot figure out my own, what I want to do for my system here. Username that is good. What's up? Brain breaking. Yes. Pretty normal. I can't just do that. Yeah. In fact, I don't need to do this. This is breaking everything anyway. It was good, just exhausted because of work. Yeah. For those of us who just fell into stream... Oh, it keeps doing that. On the first time you run into it, I need to make sure it's not active. I think... Is active is off. So why does it start? It's active. What are we working on? We're doing a little survival game that kind of pulls elements from my other games. Yeah, why does it start? Oh, it doesn't always. Interesting. But you're going to be able to, you know, cut down trees. I'll show you the other project so you'll see what it will eventually end up looking like. Currently, I have some form of an inventory system, but it doesn't affect the actual items that you have. So it's kind of useless at this point, but we will connect it. The brain-breaking thing is currently my items are resources, which is fine. I like it. But then when you want to actually equip an item and use it, I have it as a scene. And then there's a billion other things that I'm trying to work around to figure out. Tree chopping sim, yes. But I'll show you the other project that it's kind of based on that I, at the time, wasn't thinking of making it a survival, but then certain elements pushed me towards wanting to make a survival game. Now, I could just have a bunch of items that are scenes. Just structure them all the same way. So this is the old game that I was working on, which was going to be more of like a puzzle game. But then, let me go into zoom mode real quick. I made these guys here, which are basically walking mountains, and I really want to be able to build bases on top of walking mountains, or not mountains, but, you know, giant boulders. And so that's what I'm going to kind of start doing. You can see one way off in the distance over there. I like survival games. Puzzle games are good too. Yeah, once I started kind of living in this world a little bit, I was like, man, it'd just be really cool to build a base on one of these guys. Forest golems is very cool. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I really like these guys. And everything's really low poly, so I can make assets fast. Day-night cycle, big map. Yeah. And this is literally just a plugin, Sky 3D, which is really nice. It's a great plugin. I haven't even really changed anything on it. It's just how it is. It's just really good. But yeah, I can imagine, you know, sometime down the road I might implement, if this, you know, went somewhere, if the project really went somewhere, then you could implement like multiplayer, either co-op or, you know, or you'd have, you know, big fights where you're fighting dudes who are on top of their walking mountain and you're on top of your own and you're using a grappling hook to jump over to one, you know, cool stuff like that. But we'll see where it takes me. But with the survival element, I of course need to get my inventory system actually fully built. So that will take some work. And right now it's mostly just the items themselves that are tough. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Now back to the brain-breaking stuff. Which is, how do I want to handle my weapons and tools when they're actually in your hand? I just do not know. Because I can't just do resources. Not if I have animations attached. So it could be a tool that references the item that it is associated with, or could be a scene that has a reference to the item. So then it can find the item there. The item can have its item path, like its scene path. So if I go to item, I have the scene path. And then I would have to remove the current item or the current tool and switch it out with the other tool. Scene is kind of a resource. I'm sure there's some way to bundle them, but not sure how to go about that. Could have your current item resource have a field that notes where a matching scene file. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So I have this item scene path that I added. So like, it at least has a reference to what the item is. So then if I go to my current tool script, okay, let me do this again. Tool does not equal null. Let's do this first. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that type. We'll see. Let's do some quick chat GPT. How do I check if a node has children? Should have asked first. Okay with backseating for sure. Yeah. Trigger point for some people. Yeah. I mean, I'm always down with people giving suggestions, you know, if it's done in a, you know, the spirit of helping. Yeah. Get child count. Okay, so just get child count. If get child count is less than 1, new tool equals tool dot instantiate. Wait, tool path. No. Wait. New tool path, something like this. My coding is just all over the place right now. Dot instantiate. Oh, there's a space there. Nice. You can tell my brain is barely working. Okay. Whoops. Not queue free. Tool equals null, I guess. And then we do something like this. Probably don't need that. Mark Songs, what's up? How's the D&D going? Did you start a new campaign? We actually haven't played D&D in a long time. Just a heads up. But someday I'll get back to it. Okay. If action is pressed hotbar 1. Where was that? Wait, we should be able to do inventory. Oh, I guess I didn't have that in there yet. All right. Inventory. We're going to try this. Dot item. Wait, item scene path. What is this node 3 doing? Nothing? Let's see what breaks. Okay, nothing so far. Okay. Item scene path in base. Resource item slot. Ah. We need to do a if. We need to do a null check, basically. And actually, we should build this into the inventory. Get item at index. we should build out some of these. This is all a bit much, but I don't even know if I can do this. Can I just return an array as this? Maybe. I think the last time I asked you told me that, but I thought you said something about thinking about a new game. Yeah, it's been a long time. We've done 2 campaigns. A lot of people played D&D during the pandemic and have kind of scaled back now. Yeah, and it's just been life stuff. Been just too busy for it, really. Turn inventory index dot item scene path. I don't know if it'll probably already tell me what function this is erroring on, but I'm going to make it very explicit. Okay, get item at index, get item and quantity at index, get item scene path. Okay. We'll all be ready for the next pandemic now. Yep. Okay, I have no item in there. I press 1 and it breaks. Okay. So, from nil to string. Or am I thinking about this wrong? Instantiate on null. I think I need to do my... Can I do this? Maybe I'm doing this right. Okay, now that doesn't break when you don't have something there. When you have something there, then it breaks. Okay. Let's do a print. Toolpath. Oh, we're doing item. Hey, look at that. Okay. Now it just took some damage. Broke. I think that we need to do new tool. Hey, look at that. Now we can drop it and we still have our axe. Okay. Well, at least we can pick up tools and use them.
What the hell is even that?
New Jank, what's up? Man, this is really tough to plan out in my head, and I'm doing it rough. Doing a rough job of it, but we will see here. Okay, so if you drop an item, actually, We're doing it live, yep. So when we drop an item or a full stack, tools should never really be a full stack, but either way. Okay, so if the index is our active item, then we need some way of signaling to the player. Then on our player, we can do a inventory.connect, active item changed. Oh, whoops, inventory dot active item changed dot connect to unequip tool. Print unequipped. Right now, we're just doing hotbar 1. Okay. Unequip tool, blip. So up here, we can say unequip tool. Come on. There we go. Oh, I don't have one. Okay. Okay. Did I forget to do something on the inventory? Oh, we need to actually unequipped. Okay. But that was before I equipped it. Can I do null here? No. So it's always going to be 0. Let's put it as 1,000 right now. Okay. Now I switch to 1, boom. Now it's unequipped. Okay. Let's see what breaks here. Ah. Okay, now I can't click, but the mesh stays there. Oh, we need to do drop tool. Okay, that does work. So what I need to do is add more tools. let me check something. So current tool. No, wait, our axe. Okay, so I can do that. Which means use tool, I can say if current tool.tool.animationPlayer.has animation left click is just like a little bit more safety. Now let's go to axe. Let's grab all of this. Copy, go to x.gd, paste all of this. Tool doesn't need that. This doesn't need that. Okay. Let's make another tool. How big is this one? It's almost 2. Okay. Okay, this will just be a hammer. Okay. New item resource. Let's go to Generate an icon for a plain wood hammer. No details. Just brown. Make it more square. No details. Just a sledgehammer made of wood. Okay. Then I probably do need to export another resource or another mesh. Perfect. It's annoying that I can't just throw that in there. Okay, now on our hammer resource, copy the path, paste, save. For the mesh, I suppose we will just do the axe one again for now. I guess it's not too hard for me to just export an OBJ. We got an ad starting in 2.5 minutes, just a heads up. This is just, it hurts me to have like a resource for the hammer and an axe for the hammer. Oh. This also hurts me. Am I going to do... You know what, we're just going to... Can't seem to pick it up. Can I pick up other stuff? Yeah. Oh, okay. I was able to pick it up. It just... Okay, I just got the... Q free on a null value, okay. Let's do a null check there. Things are getting big and unwieldy. Why can I only pick that up? There we go. Unequipped. Okay, that's kind of nice. Hammer.tscn. What's going on with the hammer? Oh, the hammer still has the axe. Hey, look at that. Okay, we do have interchangeable items. Currently, the hammer can still cut down trees. Which it would have a different... in fact, let's do this. Right now, we're just saying if it can damage. So let's actually duplicate this, do hammer. This is just checking if we can damage. So this will have to be pretty much fully built again. Whew, yeah, this is going to be a lot. I may end up rebuilding a ton of this. Okay, that just broke. Switch tool. Where is that getting called? Does not equal null. I guess this would be empty, right? Been lurking, dealing with shaders. Nice, nice. Okay, nice. I will have to redo my setup pretty completely. Still think I like shaders, not 100% sure. But the right survey, but right now survey says, haha, pretty picture make brain go buzz. Yeah. So I think I can consider that enjoyment. I think so. Yeah, I will have to redo my hitbox hurtbox setup because gathering does throw something else into it. Because each tool needs to gather certain things. I might have to make it less modular. But I'm not really going to worry about that right now. Hammer also technically doesn't need a hitbox, but... Well, I mean, it does, but... I think what I instead end up doing... I don't actually mind the setup I have right now. I know it's going to be buggy. Oh, also... Here's my DS Global. I think I want these in the auto load. Don't want that. Where to check if active item went? Where did that go? Did I accidentally delete it? I did. Okay. Let's see if something breaks. Why do I have two of these? Okay. So at one point I had 2 DS globals and then I had none. Okay, it still breaks. Type node inventory. So now inventory. Need to do it like that. Nice. Why is it so hard to pick up the hammer? Oh, it's probably because of the... It's because of the way I'm doing my models. Which means I then have to go back in here, go to my hammer. Yeah, we need to figure out a better way of doing this. Delete the hammer.obj. Okay. We need consistency. Okay. Now we technically have a hotbar or a way to switch between them. Except for that did not work. Oh, this is just this. Let's see if this works. Two, three does nothing. Nice. The only problem is I can't swing. Can't swing. Now, is it in my... Change tool 1. So weird. So when I switch, something's not getting switched out. Is it printing out that path every time I pick it up? No, it's not. Ah, I see. Okay. So that works. Bro, this is rough. I've built a monster already. Oh, weird. Passing the tool path in. What happens here? Okay. It's just not deleted fast enough. So I queue that free, but maybe I do new tool here. Does that work? Yeah, so it always has two children. But it does seem to be getting rid of them eventually. It just can't get rid of them fast enough. Okay. Okay. Not bad. We have something. It's not good, and I don't like how I'm going to have to be making items, but... we can maybe figure out a better way. Current tool. Now, in our tool, no, in our player, I guess. In our axe, maybe? Loop. Autoplay on load. Same with the hammer. Okay, then it stops. Okay. Once again, I don't like this, but okay, not bad. We do need a sound for the swing too. I guess for these gatherables, I can do checks. So I could do scripts. Oh, class name. Forest tree. Fanny Slam, what's up? Okay. Now, gatherable has this. Okay, let's see if this works. Broken. How did it break again? Hurtbots.hit.connect. Oh, these all need to have their hurt boxes assigned. Reassigned. Has node current tool. Nice. Okay, this actually won't be too bad. I'll just put it in each gatherable things, script. Need to add some swiping sounds. And also some whoops. We'll do down here. Let's look up how to do this. YouTube. Am I winning the dev? I'm actually drowning a bit, but how do I make my node 3D, which is a tree, shake? I have a funk shake. What's the easiest way to do this in code. Okay, let's see if this little thing just works right off the bat. Is this going to even work? Because this is not inside the process or anything. Okay, that does work. Mm-hmm. Okay. do this part with tween instead. These are the types of things I like to do with ChatGPT. Clearly knocked my axe through the earth. Also do rotation instead of position. Choppy, choppy. Hi. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's just do 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, not bad. Okay, let's make the visuals better. Okay, now we got a little more trees. We can go to here. Okay, let's see how things look. Still pretty sparse in here, but okay. Now, I probably have to end stream here pretty soon, but one thing I do want to do. New general. Okay. materials, do a main. Okay, this needs to be an OBJ. We need to make a new item. Create a new folder. Resources. Generate an icon for a log of wood. I'm gonna look at my item. Do these have on ready? Okay, the collision shape is all wrong. I'll need to figure out what to do with that. I want to get or generate a collision shape from the item.mesh. How do I do that? Perfect. Not so perfect. There we go. Now things are sticking around. I think the other way was too slow. Item scene. Instantiate. Continue this to spread the wood randomly around the tree when it dies, preferably from a height of 1 meter. This is where I can see AI being useful, because I'm like, I could write all out. Of course, it would probably be better if I use like cursor or something. This is if it's a rigid body. Item scenes are rigid bodies. Okay. Current scene. Okay, let's cut down a tree, see what happens. Now I have one pistol. Oh, it's because they have a quantity of 0. And they need to have the correct item. Nice. Okay. Now we need to figure out why that impulse isn't working. Now we're truly vibe coding. Oh, I probably have to get off pretty quick. Okay. Let's try this call deferred. Only 2 fell out. You know what? Let's go to my axe. Go to the hitbox. Let's bring this up to 6. Still nothing. Still no movement. I want to get this working before I bounce out. There we go. Perfect. Perfect indeed. No, get back here. No, I lost it. Okay. And actually, let's go ahead and go into full screen for this. There we go. That's what I want. Might be a bit much to do it that much, but nice. Actually updated too. Love it. Null instance. Why am I... Okay. Why is this just now breaking? Dropped item is null. Item scene dot instantiate. Is that just anytime I try to drop something? I do this. Something with creating the, nope. Still null. Well, I'll have to figure this out later. I will find someone to raid real quick. Looks like Erend is live. /raid Erend. I'll send you all over there. I got to peace out. But thank you all for watching, of course. D Tritium in the YouTube chat. Fanny Slam, of course. New Jank, Hello Lunch. Mark Songs. End Knoll. Jay Jupiter, thank you for the raid, man. Who else was here? Username that is good. Dancing Pixels, Forgetful Programmer. Crazy Cowboy. Sleepy Mushroom. And there was a few other I know. RCB. Page of Moths. And Roof Dies. Thank you for the sub as well. Appreciate you. All right, I will send you over in a sec here. And okay. Hex God, hey, you're here just lurking. Hey, good to see you again, man. Thank you for being here. But yeah, I'm going to send you over to Erend now. I will see you all later. Peace out. Bye. And for those of you in the YouTube chat, thank you for watching, as always. Hope you have a good one. Peace.